Is that better? That looks better. Potato famine, Tom. What's happened, Potato Tom? Are you okay? I just had some Costco pizza for breakfast. How's your day doing? You know what? That's gonna kill you, and I'm okay with that. Yeah, everybody re-like the stream. Perfect audio, perfect video. What is this? I just restart. Well, actually, I was streaming to the backup server, like the YouTube backup server, and not the primary one because I switched it like last week. And that server sucks. Ooh, yeah. So is my family, and I have too much life insurance. This is why you're okay with having more children, because you don't have to be there for the whole thing. You're just gonna get Costco pizza for breakfast. Eggs. Did you hear Trump started the E. coli breakout at McDonald's? I mean, who else would shit in the quarter pounders? That explains why last week was the worst week of trading in a long time. Was it? Last week wasn't like that bad. The risk return for the family is wild. They're just gonna kill you. Don't tell them about your life insurance. I've experienced job loss, family loss, and relationship problems. This has all been great for my finances. Are potato prices down? How many VWAP hats do you have in inventory? I don't know, like 12? No, you can't. I'm not even joking. I'm getting paid for 2 jobs because of severance. That sounds awesome. Are you fired from both of them? Did you previously say that GM doesn't act like a resistance? No? Usually you get bounces off of GM as Bull's attempt to maintain positive gamma on the chain. Also, calls get cheaper, so. Is he complaining? I don't think so. I don't know. How's SPX positioning look? I'm gonna take a look at it right now, actually. Welcome to Long Johnson Proving Crown. Or back to Long Johnson. There you go. Oh, no. That's not playing through the right speakers. Which one is it? There we go. Boom. All right, looks like we got long puts. Very similar structure to yesterday, but at a lower level. Looks like long puts 58.20, a lot of them. 58.25, 30. Long calls 20, 25, 30. Sold calls at 35, sold puts at 15 and 10. Majority of the sold puts at 58.05, 5800. So it looks like if we fall into, so we fell into the puts this morning, obviously, that I discussed last night. Those are now in the money. Some of those have taken profit on that last bounce. Looks like new puts have built up at 58.20, and there's a decent number of them. What there are is a fuck ton of bought puts at 57.85. About 2,200 of them. And those are on the zero DTE. Well, that's interesting. There's also a shitload of sold puts at 57.70. So debit spread? I assume it's cheap. That's ugh. I had to like the stream twice. I'm sorry. I'm not doing shitty YouTuber things by choice. Where I do 2 streams a day and make everybody like the stream twice. That's how you get 100,000 followers, which would ruin my life. I would say, based on size, it looks like the 57, 85, 70. Some of that might be a spread. The rest of it, no, not really. Just don't put out a Lunchables knockoff and you'll be fine. Are YouTubers? I don't want to know. You know what? Who's make? Why? Were Lunchables something that needed to be knocked off? They're not that good to begin with. Grifts are for the children. Money. Yeah, but at what cost? I couldn't make a Lunchable. It'd be like $50. Thanks, Jeff. Parents' money is a big market. Under DN. GN? Yeah, a little bit under GN. DN's down at 50, like the weekly DN is down at 57.85. This is where we see that bear spread. It does look like this level can be lost. Looks like short puts are closing to the downside. Short puts at 58.10 are pulling back. 58.15's flipping long puts. Wouldn't oil rocket? Not today. But I can't wait for it to get back to under 70 again. Getting some still seeing some sold puts being closed. Some sold puts are coming in. Does not look like puts are being sold at 15 though. So we a bit lower. Support at 10 has pulled back. Start to pressure short puts at 58.05. 5800 short puts are picking up a little on the drop. But that's still $12 out of the money, which gives us a little bit of room to continue this drop. Looks like NQ's, yep, pushing for a new low. Pretty rapidly. $58.05, 5800, building a little bit of support, but not a ton. Hmm. NQ might keep selling off down to 2300 if it fails here. Puts are starting to come in pretty heavily at 58.10 long puts. So now long puts 58.10, 58.20, 58.30. And pretty decent numbers. About 200 puts coming at the 58.10. The 58.05 and 5800 still being sold, but there are quite a lot of puts down at 57.85. Yeah, this could keep sliding. A failure here would be quite bearish, I think. So this should be a good point to defend. Yep. If we could push back up, what could we push to? Maybe back to 30. I'm not really sure bulls have a good grasp on this right now. Dr. Miller and Tudor are shorting J Pow and Yellen. They should have started doing that when he cut rates. Stupid. Imagine being that far behind. Imagine being a billionaire and being a month behind a YouTuber. I came back fresh and ready, and you fucks crashed the market? Well, not yet. A bad YouTuber? Yeah, I'm not even good at this. Imagine getting stopped out right there. Right here. Some of us forgot to set them. Hmm. Curious. I didn't really want to get stopped out there, but I wasn't gonna loosen it up more than 10%. Did you burn the midnight oil? Always. Wait, is that a euphemism? Yes. Oh, in which case, absolutely. Oh, no. Oh, maybe I made the right choice. Did I buy calls at the right time? I don't know. My tip is shooting liquidity everywhere. What do? I feel like this isn't a new phenomenon for you. Get a roll of paper towels? Knife caught? We'll see. They're trying. Really need to get back above 15, 15, 20. There's still a ton of bot puts here, both at 10 and 20. There's a few bot calls at 15, a few at 20, but not many. So they may not get a breakout. It's gonna be a rough road. Keep an eye on vol. I mean, they're gonna need to sell more puts to drive this higher. And NQ's bounce looks really shitty. Ronnie's the thicker picker upper. Nice. Hmm. Big bounce SPX GN 5802. I would keep an eye on it. It's possible. Largest tail since 1806. Surely we bounce on monthly GN here. Do we? We already bounced off weekly GN like twice. I don't think monthly is going to be easier to bounce off of. And the sold puts to the downside are weak. And there's not enough of them. We need more sold puts. Starting to get sold calls at 25, which is going to push that negative gamma down. It's not great. Usually when we test one, we're testing the other like at the same time. They tend to be fairly close to each other when there's a failure. Mm. Don't like that. A little lower low. Hmm. Yes, 2300 test. Should be getting close to the 5846. Yep. On or NQ 2300 ES 5846. Huh. Um, that's a little bit below support. Some like a tiny support at 5845.25. Which kind of have I have that marked. Why? Why do I have that marked? Hmm. Mm, that might fail. 45. Any support on NQ? Not a lot of volume. Build to 5,800, bounce there. I don't know why we need to push down further than this. We could, but I mean, there seem to be plenty of short puts at 5,800 here. I will say that the short puts at 5,805 have pulled back on the drop. So off of that lower low, some of those pulled back. But puts being sold at 5,800 are going to represent support, on the outer edges of that gamma labia, right? So, sold puts at 5,800 are supportive at like 5,803, 5,804. The what? I made a whole video about it. I should call her. You should. Too many financial things have to do with dicks, so I was trying to broaden the. I don't know. I was doing a thing. How'd you miss that, Bob? You're here all the time. Stream too choppy. Rude. Left a little gap there. Bull's doing big pumpies. $58.15 confirm the bounce. Maybe 20 really confirms it. A break of 20, you could see a push up to 30, maybe 35. I would say 30. Seems more reasonable. No, I said it's bullish above 20. That could a break above 20 could run out to 30 or 35. It does Gamma Max fall into the erogenous zone? Nice. Ten still has bot puts. Yeah, we got some more bot calls out of the money. 25. 25.20. Hmm. Hmm. Alpha Kenny body because I'm Sofa King we tall did. Beautifully put, J Fresh. He respects my work. No, he doesn't. Jork's a moderator. Not on the Discord, though. Because otherwise he could time Carl out and it'd be a problem. I complimented your fried chicken dinner. Interesting. You do a good job of keeping your work lives compartmentalized. Dork on stream, JFresh on Twitter, Carl on the floor watching you and his wife. I've never had relations with that woman. Carl's wife's gamma lips were recently addressed by the ESRB and received an E rating, E for everyone rating. Don't let Carl hear you say that. Food isn't good until you throw green stuff all over it. Dork, could you, for fuck's sake, stop talking about the spring onions that you put on your fried chicken? You've been complaining about it for like 12 hours. You're such a dick. It was chicken katsu. No, it wasn't. Let's not call it that. It was not that. It was chicken. Hmm. If it looks anything like his pork chops, it didn't. It seemed fine. I cannot let Mrs. Carl see you in a collared shirt, exposing chest hair. She'd leave. You guys are silly. Bulls need to get a break above 15 in order to get a run here. Can you please draw another line for support up here so we can see continued pumps? My hands are getting weak off holding these 20% zero DTE gains. What the fuck are you talking about? I like the polo. Thanks, man. I've been short MU. Yeah. Talking SPX. There is a line. It's down here. I don't know what other line you want. Those are the lines. Support, resistance. Hmm. 58.45 close to crush RV. That'd be interesting. I mean, if we start pushing up, like into the out of the bearish positioning, there isn't a lot of bullish positioning. Um, but there's also not a lot to stop us from moving up higher. So like above 25. Yeah, I guess there's not much to slow momentum until we get out to like 40. And that would be, that seems like kind of a stretch from here though. Getting over 15 and 20 is going to be quite a bitch. I don't know if we need to be looking so far out right now. Selling calls. I already have call spreads sold on Apple for this Friday. I'm not selling more. So I'm trying to make a position where I don't have one. Because you want to sell calls on. If you want to sell calls on Apple, sell calls on Apple. Who am I to stop you? Especially when you keep seeing bulls pull back sold puts on drops. Yeah. Yeah, they're a bit flighty with those. They are starting to build them a little more strongly now that we have established a support, right? Like we've got a low here. They are starting to sell not a lot more, but more of the 5800. There are bot puts or bot calls rather to the upside. A decent number of those. Those are more likely to drive our upside price action, but that's a big shift from what we usually see driving prices higher, right? No, I wasn't short into earnings or through earnings, which I believe was the question you asked yesterday. I said I had them sold at, you asked me if I had like 40 45s or 40 42s, and I told you I had 37 50 42s. But they expire this Friday, and their earnings is next week. Also, Apple's dumping hard as fuck today. Hmm. Hmm. Perforate that line. Which one? How's the video today? What's the most likely? Poppin', choppin', or droppin'? I don't know. I haven't been paying attention to it. It looks like it's down 2%. If it loses support at 140, I'm sure that's bad. Hmm. Poop. Oh, that failed. Looks kind of bearish. Actually, I think it looks less bearish to the upside than it did. Like the failure here is not great, but there's fewer puts on the chain. More of the long puts have taken profit. The negative gamma to the upside is flattening out. Gamma gets more positive around 15 now. 15 to like 22. Yeah, Apple's not doing great. Quick dump to drive put capitulation? Possibly. Yeah.
Pickle Flutterer put their pickle in my jar. Hi Gherk. You look very focused, dare I say pensive. Kofi Penny for your thoughts from that big beautiful brain of yours. Also, you are
So
looking
you're
very
looking very
ruggedly
ruggedly
today,
handsome
Free.
today. Oh, it's Bearadactyl, isn't it? What's up, man? I'm trying to plan out positioning for oil, and it's really not going anywhere. It kind of bounced too high, and now I don't want to enter here. So I've either got to wait for a break of like 71, 72 to the upside, or hope it continues down more. It seems to turn around slightly today. But gold? Yeah, 1% drop. I don't really know if that's significant. Still supported the same level. $58 above 5 puts bought there. 5,800 puts are still sold. Hmm. Hmm. Tesla earnings today? I believe so. Yep. Tonight. Hmm. Tesla looks like shit going into earnings. It's a very red day. Costco's back above 900. Oops. Costco's a fortress. Sure. Mm, what's happening? Nothing. We're just stuck here. We keep getting pinned back to the negative gamma. It's not great. Hmm. Son of a bitch. Just need one nice irrational pump. Need to not fall down to 5,800. Otherwise, we could just get pinned there. Greeks on Tesla? Really? You want the Greeks on Tesla before earnings? GN is 207. Delta neutral is 194. Gamma max is 247.98. Hmm. The calls to the upside still open? Yep. God forbid we talk about data. I mean, I just assume you're trying to trade Tesla earnings. It sounds like a terrible idea. Hmm. If they pump this time, they should be able to actually get some range on it, I think. Because the upside positioning's not as bearish as it was. And there's more bot calls. Out at like 15, 20. There's still bot puts out at 15 and 20. It's a whole nother issue. Why are Greeks not useful before earnings? What would they be useful for, besides telling you where the market maker's neutral positioning is going into the earnings? 1 second. But neutrals don't tell you anything about the earnings, which is kind of the problem. Dump into the bond auction? Maybe. Hmm. IWM 200. Probably got a while. Still support at like 15 and 10. Bigger supports. Also, tech's not moving up. So not attracting a lot of money from there at least. Hmm. Ah, fuck. That's exactly what I don't want to do here. Testing 5800 is no good. No good, poopy butthole. Hmm. Yeah, we're still in negative gamma. We fell below gamma neutral at like 27 today. We are right at, actually, we're right below monthly GN now. That was 580226. So it was like our first low test here. Bulls are too busy gooning to fight back today. They're not doing a great job. Just a bit below support on EA or NQ as well. Gross. 5790s, the next major sold put pile. And it's not very strong either. Might drop all the way back to like get delta neutral on the failure here. We did it? Yeah, it took a while. Hmm. There goes 5795. Hmm. God damn it. Early support or still bearish looking? We'll see. Support is at 90 here. There's a little bit of sold puts at 95, but not very many. They might start selling the 5,800 now that we're below it. Like sell it in the money. Hmm. Surely we pump into the auction? Maybe. Hmm. Regarded to pick up a call here. Hmm. You could wait for some confirmation above like 805. Surely that was enough for bears to take profits, like they always do. I think the problem here is not the in the money puts. Most of those profits have already been taken on. I think the problem here is the out of the money puts, which are still quite large. And the gamma's relatively flat. So, as we move up, if calls are sold, it's going to push us back down again. You still holding your T? Yeah. All of it plus whatever I got on drip over the last fucking like 2 years. Hmm. $58.15 to get away from negative gamma. No, 58.15's actually, yeah. Now it's slightly positive. So yes. Yeah, 58.15. Hmm. Does the auction ever have a bullish reaction or mostly neutral to bearish? No, there's bullish reactions. Like if the 20-year came in without a significant tail here, that might be kind of important. I wonder how many people are going to want a 20-year when it's melting down. A bunch, because the dollar's way the fuck up. Hmm. Mm-mm. Have you seen the new 1100-year-old Kara and Tepe building? There's a statue. The guy's holding a schlong with both hands like he's ready for action. Google it. Why? Is oil dying? Hopefully. It's still at like 70-50. Can we get a posted Divi port update? This is my yearly ask to the... God damn it. Yeah, I can. Hmm. Why no average down? Didn't get low enough for me to average it down. Unfortunately. Just needs to make a new daily low. Everything will be fine. Yeah, right? Just need to go up above 58.13 for golden. Yeah, the bot puts to the upside are a lot slimmer here, so I'd say the risk is significantly less. Hmm. Extend your line so it can bounce. No, I don't want to. It's just like a little bit of short vol capitulation on the bounce. Also, we'd probably drop below it and fill the gap, right? If we continue to fail from here. Uh-oh, let's not do that today. Hmm. Is there a better day to do it? Next Tuesday? Uh, I think I picked the wrong day to go with anything bullish. Maybe. The auction is in 6 minutes. Gap filled to the downside. It's a weird way to pump into the auction. Yeah, yeah, it is. Fuck. Nah. No, it doesn't open up a smoother path. But it's filled. Hmm. I'm currently rolling joints to smoke when we get back to 40. Oh my god, are you just fucking high all the time? Is that what's going on? That explains so much bullshit. Most days, I think I'm the only one who isn't. Well, I mean, all the people at work probably aren't. Hmm. Mm. You still fucking with Vale? No. No, not right now. No, no, no. I closed out. However, I might get back into it around 9, 9ish. Hmm. Just nothing. We're in like a little nasty pit full of negative gamma. We're not probably going anywhere. And chances are any move we get will be a continuation to the downside. Far more likely than a move up. Now, if we get above 15, different story. But down here, shit. Going for a walk then? There. Ooh, NQ's selling off even more. 2200 makes support. Hmm. Still sold puts at 90. Bot puts still at 85. Slightly longer dated bot puts at 85 though. It's 1 o'clock. What's 459? The 20-year is not at 459. Oh, it is. Jesus. 457. Close. Dollars 104.48. You know, the yen's holding up pretty well given how high the dollar is. I'm kind of surprised. Any moves in carry leverage? Yeah. 10 years almost back at 8x. It's like 7.96. 6 month finally popped back up above 7. The 3 month went up to 7.1. Forward yield on vol is positive. Should I buy some government bonds or wait for 6%? I mean, 6% means the banks are gonna fail, right? That's 6% probably means like 7 or 8%. Yeah, the Beige book can have an impact today. It's at 2 o'clock though. The auction hit 4. Oh, the auction hit 459. That's not too bad of a tail. We're getting double digit rates. It's possible. Banks start to fail at 4.5%. Primary dealers 14%, direct 17.64, indirect 67.87, or it's 61.6 at the high. Oh, it was only $13 billion. That's not very exciting. Feds barking. The supply of skilled workers remains limited. Dump into close. 90s still support right here. Jesus, the ECB is really going nuts trying to do damage control right now. Defense Intelligence Agency issued a report on nuclear threats, stating that China far surpassed earlier nuclear weapon estimates. China will have more than 1,000 nuclear warheads by 2030. Nice. Oh, it's gonna be a fun Cold War to live through. Boeing financial forecasts and long-term outlook are under review. Hmm. Still not getting any significant vol selling below spot. 80s maybe getting a bit stronger. Still bot puts at 85. Less of them, but still bot puts. I will say that gamma to the upside of 5,800 has flattened out almost completely. And delta or gamma now goes positive above 58.10. So our upside breakout has moved down $10. And we have only moved down 9. Hmm. You read that Vanity Fair piece about the El Segundo dipshits? No. Tell me more. Dipshits fascinate me. What are my NVIDIA $30 puts? Finna print. Funna pront. This is really awkward. So if they get a bounce, it could be pretty violent. Yeah, it could be. If it's a big if they get a bounce. Right now we're kind of starting to slip 90, which isn't a great look. Mm. Where are you getting these headlines from? Dow Newswire? Should put a news service in Gamma Strike. Hmm. Oh, there's the 85 test. Oop. Alright, that's the or that's the long puts. And then short puts at 80 are supportive. That's the last of the out of the money long puts, unless we get down to 57.65. Mm, mm, mm. Gamma didn't move too much out of the money. 58.10 is still where Gamma moves positive. This is gonna rip back up, isn't it? No way it doesn't. Pretty far below gamma neutral. I don't know. Maybe need to wait for an overnight gap up. And my leverage butterflies print bigly. Interesting. Hmm. We have durables tomorrow, so I guess we could potentially. Dude, NQ is getting slaughtered today. Ooh. Where's my code on this closed? There we go. Hmm. That's like the bear signal on NQ too. Well, on the 1 hour. What about the 4 hour? Almost. Interesting. I've been back. What happened? Just back from eye surgery. Just dumped. Lost the 5800 support. Big dumpies. What the fuck was that? I see we're at DN Weekly. Yep. Yes, we are. Okay, it doesn't look like the puts under 5780 are retreating at all. So maybe this is where bulls try to build up a push to the upside, although shittier now that we're lower. The stream didn't buffer, it just cut out. And yeah, the YouTube thing is like, oops. Let me check something else. Why is YouTube, why is OBS uploading at such shitty speeds? No. Huh. BPS. Much better. How's the gamma to bounce back to 5,800? I mean, it still stays negative. So, slippery. The upside is going to be slippery. Any rejection could fail, and it could fail really hard. If we get above 95 or 5,800, it gets a little less slippery. But then we still need to push up above like 58.10 to get any upside move here. Coming in clear at 144p. Yes. That's the most you can ask for. No, it was like capping my upload. Can you make it 30 FPS instead of 60? Ew. I probably could. But why? Wait, is it even output at 60 FPS? I'm not sure it is. Oh, no, it is. But I'm uploading at like 10,000 kilobytes a second. I should be fine uploading at 60 FPS. It's outputting 2160K on HDR. I need smooth blinks. Keep it at 60. Imagine looking at something in 30 FPS. If I could stream at 144, I would. This shirt's not coming off, Grim 2. Well, it will later, but you won't be there for it. Yeah, I don't know if bulls are gonna dig themselves out of this hole. They could, but I don't know if they will. If they do, it's probably gonna take a while. More than a while. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Poop and stuff. Doesn't need to be. Free up half that data load. This shouldn't be an issue. I have like fucking 2 megs up. I don't see what the fucking problem is, or 2 gigs up rather. It's just YouTube sucks. It's not my fault they can't take the raw power of my data input, Willie. The problems with Google, some other streams are bad. Okay. No, Starlink's terrible. I don't want to use that. What time is it? 1:35. Beige book's at 2. Maybe. Beige book's gonna have to be awfully fucking bullish. Twitch good? I don't know. I've never streamed to that many people on Twitch before. And usually it's kind of a bitch to get hooked up. There's Kick, the other streaming service. Yeah. Yeah, I use OBS. Thanks for calling out the time earlier. I just realized my stream client fell behind by 2 minutes. No problem. As long as we fill the 27 gap from this morning, I should be fine. We'll see. It doesn't look good. I think the chances are slim. VIX level or Condor is decent again. They're a lot better under VIX 16. Yeah, that might have been good. Who closed the wrong end? If we fail here, where are we heading? 65? Or, I mean, I guess, I think we're at delta neutral. A little bit below delta neutral. But it looks like 65. 65 is the next pile of bought puts. Hmm. It's going to ride back to 58.15. That would be interesting. I think if we do that, we're going probably higher than 58.15. This is completely unrelated to T plus 2 from OPEC, since things are now T1. The failures related to a lot of positioning from OPEC's falling off. But this isn't directly related to like the settlement of those of like the expirations. Well, in a way it is, I guess. A lot of things settled in the money. And so that supportive positioning was then gone. Oh, no, I didn't. I did. Oh, yeah, I did. Why are you long it? Just a hedge? Or are you short both contracts and one's just not up yet? The OCC. Mm. I'm losing money, Gherk. What do? Stop that? Sit on yourself. Okay, maybe NQ finally found support. Damn, correlation got fucking wrecked today. Look at this shit. Straight up. Which I just found support. It's another leg down. Yeah, it's what happens when bearish positioning keeps coming in. Double bounce here at 5,800, confirm an upside move. Yeah, that's probably what we would need to see, is a push back to 5,800, and then support at 5,800 and a move higher. Things are a lot better for a move higher at 5,800, but we still have to get over 10 for Gamma to go positive. And we're a long way away from there. We don't have a ton of short vol coming in yet. We have a little bit, but we're gonna need to see significantly more. There is a world where bulls can get a handle on this and push it up to 58.40. I know that sounds insane, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. It's just really hard to get it from here to where they needed to be to push that. I guess they don't have to stop at 40. It's just, it gets really unlikely to get there. There's no V, Dork. We're below delta neutral. It's not a V anymore. It's just hopes and prayers. Is that where the flat gamma extends out to? 40? Yeah, well, we start to run into the put wall around 30. The peak of gamma for today is around 40. Now it's getting closer to like 30, 35 now. But gamma's so negative here, we're probably not gonna move up. They're gonna really need to push things. Yeah. Blah blah blah. V incoming. Later, skater. Could this just fall out like August? Yeah. Yeah, it could. I mean, eventually yields are going to get high enough that banks are going to want to they're going to want to dump equities and roll over into bonds, right? And reduce their total losses on their balance sheets. And if they do that, then yeah, we could get a failure like we had in August or worse. Hmm. This is extraordinarily boring. I'm gonna grab something to eat real quick. 5780 support still. And there's nothing going on there. Data 2 could send us lower. Yes. I think if we were to make the move below the short puts here, it would probably be alongside the Beige book. Beige book should be pretty important. Actually, you know what? I should hang out for that. Fuck. Stop on ES. 58.25s. Yep. Thanks, Obama. Now Gert can't eat. What does Obama have to do with it? Mm. Mm. Hmm. On balance, economic activity was little changed in nearly all districts since early September, though two districts reported modest growth. Inflation continued to moderate, with selling prices reportedly increasing at a slight or modest pace in most districts. Ooh, China's President Xi. The Chinese side supports Iran in safeguarding national sovereignty, security, and national dignity. Oh, yeah. World War Four. Of course they would. I mean, yeah. It seemed pretty obvious, right? BRICS v NATO? Yep. Iran isn't exactly the lifeblood of the Chinese economy. That's because the Chinese economy doesn't have any blood left. World War is a service. WASS. Ayatollah Assahola. That's that's unfortunate. It'd be neat if they shorted Vol. Iran is the I in BRICS. Yep. No way we bounce back over 800. Hmm. It's not. It's not impossible. It doesn't look like the beige book's all that great. Oxy shares? Probably pretty cheap today. Ooh. MQ giving up even more ground. Gross. Jesus fucking Christ. What's wrong with Apple? Someone's selling it? It's fucking overvalued as all fuck. Everything they do sucks. Their stupid headset they're gonna make less of. They've made the same fucking phone for 10 years and sold it to people at double the price of the prior year every year. I was listening to Reuters earlier on the way home. And I figured out how big tech plans on making money off of AI now that they realize AI doesn't make money. Facebook is now selling advertisers security features which prevent the creation of fake online marketing based off of their original marketing material. Oh my god. Yep. Nightmare. Yeah, so big tech's going to make money by protecting us from the evils of the thing that they overinvested in and doesn't actually do anything. That costs money. Mm-hmm. There's always money in the Facebook stand. Did you just use the word Facebook and security in the same sentence, unironically? Unfortunately, yes, I did. Need to. I'm selling everything and buying only gold. We should be thankful. They made their own boogeyman. Classic grift. Yep. Yep. It is the it's funny. Yeah, Microsoft's gonna begin offering a product which helps detect deep fakes, basically, right? And then Facebook is going to just force advertisers to pay for the protection in order to verify their ads. Is that blackmail? It sounds like blackmail. I'm pretty sure it is. It's like, oh, people are using this other product we made to make fake versions of your marketing materials. So we're going to charge you to protect yourself from our other product. So it's the mafia. Yeah, it's protection money. And then, the businesses are like, but who are you protecting us from? And then Facebook's like, us. We will fuck you if you don't pay us. Can you adjust the SPX and QQQ? I don't have QQQ. You mean NQ? It's because it's on the weekly. This looks like dog shit. Oh, we're already at like 65. I should have closed these. Oh, they're not getting any cheaper? Hmm. VIX 20. Because Beige Book sucked. We talked about this before. If Beige Book sucked, more down. Yeah, there's more long puts down here. 65. This doesn't look good for Todd. I mean, VIX isn't that high, but no, it's not. This is a nasty slow bleed. We might be able to mean revert back to like 5,800, but that's gonna take quite a bit of effort here. Remember, a bounce from here now bounces above. It would bounce back above the sold puts, so it would push the sold puts back out of the money, which would add momentum to an upside move. So you fill the 73 gap, cross 76, and that could be enough to push us up through bot puts at 85. However, calls at 57.95 are very, very heavily sold. But yeah, bears are in a better position to get squeezed here. Remember the article program from Reuters was? It was just like their daily like tech report on their like news app. Just like their audio tech 5-minute tech report that comes out during market hours. How many of the in the money long puts closed out, or just the short puts? Oh no, a bunch of the in the money long puts have taken profits. It doesn't do anything though because we're under DN. What's up, nukes? So what happens when the U.S. sanctions the BRICS countries because they're supporting Iran? Well, we steal their money, probably. What's up with the snazzy shirt? I don't know. I just felt like wearing it this morning. I had one t-shirt and it was a bit garish for like one clean t-shirt because I haven't washed my t-shirts in like 2 weeks. Um it was a bit on the nose for an endocrinologist appointment, so I wore a button up. Well, it looks great, and I feel like this is professional now. That's all it took, was a collar on my shirt. Better drop some soundboard clips to get us back to normal. Who the fuck uses garish? I just did. Oh my god. Ooh, what? He also uses the word stipple. I've used the word stippled. It's a good word. You're fired? You can't fire me. If you try to fire me again, I'm getting rid of Doric. Or wait, JFresh? I don't know. Holy fuck, this is dull. Very demure. Thank you. It's not crashing. Bull's leaving gaps all over the place. Yeah, this is a little choppy. Puts at 70 are really heavily sold. Like 70, 75. 60 and 50 puts are pretty heavily sold too. So they're starting to build up some stronger support here. Maybe. But they've tried to build up support like 3 times today and just gotten reamed. So I don't have a lot of faith in them to do what they need to do to turn this around. Selling vol here is really risky. No MM support. Have we broken the wedge? Yes. Yeah, we failed. Failed the consolidation out on the SPX daily. Gap down below it, the market open. We gapped under and then just we've dumped ever since. This is at least like historic support. 57, 67's like our big support out here on the monthly. This is really important. Or, well, weekly and monthly, actually. You know what? If we close the month below 57, 67, that's super bearish. Still a new normal. Only Reuters pod I can't find from today is Econ World. How am I this R lol Bank of Canada? They're doing stuff. It's cute. Jamie's buying what Larry's selling. Hmm. BWJ is dropping faster than I thought it could. Yeah, it'll go down pretty quick. These are bad news. I mean, there hasn't been any good news, and rates are rocketing. We're getting really close to that ES 5800 position that we talked about over the weekend. That's now like $5 out of the money. That printed super hard, right? It's like a 180 point pullback. Yesterday about 11.29 SPY 580p that are up 48% today. Should I keep holding, or do you think bulls bounce this? We have data tomorrow. They could. We're near support. Not so much on futures, but on SPX we are. 57.67 was the prior all-time high before we set a new one, and so failing here marks a breakdown of the top, which could then, continue out into a correction. Collared shirt. What's the occasion? Other shirts were dirty. It wasn't. It was all clean in the dry cleaner thing. So I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna wear that. I put on some brown pants and shoes. I went to the doctor. I felt spiffy. Funeral for the SPX. This is we're getting there. Remember, on like longer term time frames, we're not, this is not yet a significant move. Got a ways to drop before we can confirm a breakdown. But on shorter time frames, we're getting there. Starting to get some signals. 57.67 is the bear signal. 56.69 is the confirmation. So, a long way to go. I wish my patients would wear those. What, pants? Wearing cologne? No. Slacks? Yeah. Was he cute? It was a she. And no. Kept the VWAP hat on, so I wasn't wearing the VWAP hat at the doctor's. No, not pleated. It's like khakis. How are you handling this in your big boy port? Well, I'm super short the 5,800 put for November 15th. I've been in that one for a little while. I'm short calls above 5,900. Not as many as I wanted. I was hoping we'd get one more Gamma Max test and we got a lower high instead. So I didn't end up selling like another pile of them, but as we start to slip GN here, I may sell more on a retest of Gamma Neutral. What is bear signal? 57.67, prior month high. It's also the one standard deviation move from our all-time high, which was up at like 58, 70, 73 or whatever it is. So there's some systemic selling going on that. Hold on one sec. 5,900 end of day. You guys are delusional. Switch to green shirt? This is the only clean shirt I have. Maybe if it's a Reuters pod article, link it. I can't seem to find it. I don't know. It was on my phone. It just plays with like my news stuff. Mm. Oh, some good food in the area that doesn't require. All right, and you're in Midtown. There isn't any good food in the area. If you go south, well, that's not true, but you have to wait on most of it. Hold on one second. I gotta answer this. How much do you want to spend? You just want like places to eat at, or the Upper West Side? The Upper West Side's okay. There's not much up there though. I know Sakagura's over there. Los Tacos #1 is okay. 54th Broadway. Cafe China. I think is not too far from there. So it's Chile. Chile and Cafe China are both like kind of not tourist trappy places. Cafe China you might have to wait though. I think they still have a star. Quality Meats is over there. I think Keen's too. So a couple okay steakhouses. Bobby Van? Italian? I don't know if there I don't know any Italian over there. Oh, I love Chili's. Not Chili's, wrong chili. Just breakfast or quicker stuff. I don't know any breakfast places over there. I'm sure there are some. Just go to like a diner or something and get breakfast. Persian places? There's not a lot of good Persian food in the city. Um, Closest one to there would be like 50, 56, 57th in New York. No, maybe it's a little higher north than that. Let's see, where is that? Ravag, I think it's called. I know they have one downtown too. Oh, 1135 first. They're pretty good. They have good food. It's not great, but it's good enough. It's not very expensive. What's trash? Sixty-second and first. Yeah, 62nd and first. Well, just north of 62nd and first. On the west side of the street. I think we keep moving up. Good. They're shorting vol pretty hard. What does the magic 8 ball say for end of day? If we can get back above 85 here and push through the bot puts, Gamma's pretty flat to the upside. I would say there's probably not much stopping us from moving higher. $5,800 will be resistance as well. Short calls have piled up there. 57.95, 5,800. That might be a little difficult. They're not really for today. Well, some are. But Gamma also goes positive there. So, I mean, I guess technically, if we got out above 5,800, there's nothing stopping the upside move at that point. What time is it? 2:38. Yeah, there's enough time to squeeze some of the bears back out. They got a little aggressive with the call selling. But on longer term time frames, this still looks bearish as fuck. What's the best restaurant you've been to? Mm, hmm. The best? Hmm. I don't know. It's like so subjective. Carefully, the answer is going in your permanent record. Uh, I think it's the old homestead. It's probably French Laundry. But like the inn at Little Washington and like Alenia were really good too. I mean, they're objectively the best restaurants I've been to. Are Michelin overhyped? Not the 3-star ones. At least not in my experience. French Laundry in Cali? Yeah. Per se is awesome. I love going to Per se, but it's like I don't know, it's like local. I probably eat there too much. How much flavored foam have you eaten? A decent amount. My fiance has a standing invitation from Thomas Keller to visit French Laundry, but hasn't called it in, and it's killing me. It's amazing and absolutely worth it. It is in Unionville. Pronounced Yountville? Whatever. Oh, they're Californian, right? Like, who cares how they pronounce it? I'm pretty sure California's passed a ballot initiative to pronounce anything that sounds vaguely Spanish or French in the most obnoxious way possible. Yep. Makes sense. This bounce might be starting to get some legs. Hmm. Damn. Gamma goes positive at 90. Just above 90. Yeah, just above 90. 92, 93. Big bot calls at 85. If Bulls really push this, they could squeeze out the short calls that came in at 57.95, 5800. If they do, we're going to go up hard. Like, hard AF. How much do you love JFresh? If JFresh ever had to move, would you buy his? Would you stop smoking fucking pot during the trading day, AJ? What's the appropriate time after market close? That's why we're so autistic, never make money, and ask so many questions. Yeah, so don't do that. Life will be universally better for everybody. Or just me, which is also fine. 1 second, let's see if my food's here. Hmm. People are getting too hyped on the V. Time to buy puts. We just tested resistance. This is where all the resistance is. Sold calls at 95 and 5,800. However, if we squeeze them out, woo boy. Hmm. It's a big position. It'll be hard to squeeze out. When DTE calls are expensive, because we have durable goods in the morning. It's almost power hour. Oh shit, is durables Friday? What's tomorrow? Or something tomorrow. Jobless claims and S&P PMIs are tomorrow. Sorry. We also have a 5-year tips auction, which I think might actually be important. What print is bad for durables? Bad for the bulls? Negatives. Good for inflation, but bad for the bulls. Because rates to increase today. Rates have been increasing for like a week. Actually, rates have been going up since the Fed cut. Why is tech dumping so hard? Maybe because it's massively overvalued. Yeah, the carry's up, but they're not doing a great job pushing the dispersion trade. Yeah, commodities are overperforming, which means that money isn't going into tech. We need to get a little bit more than just above 5,800 to start squeezing the sold calls. But yeah, we'd go a long way to squeezing them above 5,800. Some commodities are down today. Precious metals are down. Nat gas is up quite a bit. Commodities are up really hard. Salmon's rocketing. Lean hogs is up a bunch. Bitumen, corn, lumber, palm oil, and cheese. Cheese is up like 13%. I think its price is U.S. domestic cheddar. Holy shit, Potato Tom is saved. Potatoes are up 10 bips. I think salmon's traded in Kron. So Norwegian salmon. Sounds like more inflation. You're goddamn right it is. What's the risk of a rug pull from here into close? Hmm. We don't have a ton of sold puts at the money yet, but we're pretty well supported on the back of the 57.85 and 57.75 long calls. There's a very good chance we could just close here, though. Like, if we're unable to squeeze out the sold calls to the upside, we could just close right here at spot. Bulls will have to lever up pretty hard to push us up through the sold calls. They could do it. It's not impossible. Think we'll get big ups overnight? No. Oh, does durables trigger like is durables one of the events that triggers the like mini SLD? That would help explain why literally everything's selling off today. Move does? Is move high enough? It's gotta be close. Jesus Christ. Moves at 129? This is almost the highest it's been since October of 23. Ah, thank you. So it's CPI, PCE, NFP, and the election. Mm. NFP's next week, though, right? Friday the 1st. All right. At what point would the short calls squeeze? They need to go in the money. Or yeah. So we need to get above like 5803, 5804. If we don't push up here, it's gonna get harder and harder to break above gamma neutral before close. Bulls need to sell more puts. A lot more puts. There's upside if they can squeeze out the sold calls, but there's a lot of sold calls. Hmm. Which one of you just bought 1,000,000 shares of shrimp? Not me. Why would you be long Tixie right now? Because yields are rocketing. I'll surely get a flat close. It's a pretty good chance that no matter what anyone does, we get a flat close. Could this rug back to 65? I think it's pretty well supported. This is major resistance. Everybody stop trying to bet on, like, the market moving $35. Why don't you do that? Hey, Gert, 65. Gert, 40. Like, no, probably just here. Do you think the market frequently moves all the way to its tails? Hey, Greg, how about chopping to close? There's a very good chance that we get exactly that. No, but I do bet on that a lot. What's you think about it? Do you win a lot of those bets? It's gonna be today because you're ranting. I hope so. I mean, I have out of the money calls. They're dead otherwise. Say 5,900. We're not going to 5,900. Even if we squeeze out the sold calls, we'll probably end up at like 30 or 40. If we move up a little more, woo boy. Pickle jar buys one direction option. Gherk, probably not going to happen. Pickle jar are my options dead. Yeah, shockingly. Those moves tend to be low probability, but they are exciting when they happen. Why don't you just confirm the breakout and then buy calls? I already said that, AJ. If you weren't paying attention, that's your fault. Smoke less weed. I'm not here for a long time. I'm here for a good time. We'll see. Boy, you're gonna feel silly when we close at 58.43. Why would I feel silly? That'd be awesome. You can buy NDX 20,000p, 0 DTs. Hits those two requirements. Or just never buy contracts on NDX because they suck. Almost literally everything in the market is selling off today, Bob. It's just a sea of red. They're not like a 1-to-1 correlation between yen and Nikkei. Dollar's up. SPX is down today. So is QQQ, which has higher correlation with the dollar than the yen, like SPX does. The fuck did you put on a red shirt? I don't have a Gamma Strike hat. I put the red shirt on when I went to go see if my food was here, and my food wasn't here. If I buy Howl Leaps here, will I make money? I don't know. Will you sell them if they become profitable? No, I don't think Japan's going to do anything. That's why everyone's levering the carry up again. They're definitely not hiking end of this month. Can you please look at O and short interest? I was going to sell CC against my position. I was wondering range, probability of a squeeze. Why do you think O's gonna squeeze? It's not even down that much. Like, O's relatively expensive right now. It's also in the middle of a breakout on the daily, so I'd probably not sell covered calls on it. A squeeze on O? What a concept. I mean, it's not impossible, I guess. But very unlikely. Hmm. I keep getting prompts in the brokerage that it's hard to borrow. So, it might be, but there might just not be a lot of shares being lent, right? $95 and 800 are the resistances we have to break to move up more. Is BTI about to short squeeze? Alright, let's go. Hmm. Nah. Oh, what's the price? We haven't even pushed into the 95 resistance yet. What do you think when it chop around 95? That's highly likely, yeah. Because there's a shitload of sold calls above us. Charm's not very positive here into end of day either, which could drive a failure if we don't get enough volume. Hmm. Where's Charm supportive? Just fucking a little bit above 5805, but mostly above like 5850. Like we're probably not gonna get anywhere near where it's super supportive. It's just not supportive here. Might be worth playing a failure. Might not be worth playing at all, shockingly. Most moments in the market are not worth playing. You got to get rid of that idea that you can just turn every bit of price action into a viable trade. You can't. You can't force it. Kenny has enough money to force the trade. You look like Mario from the Mario Brothers. Thank you. That was what I was going for. Man, so close. No, it wasn't. What a masterpiece of a movie. I assume you mean the one with John Leguizamo. Of course. Oh, okay. How do you lean right side up or upside down? We all watched you force a trade that fucked that guy's GME covered calls. Moonwind. I mean, I couldn't have done that if positioning wasn't the way it was. Also, yeah, that was fun. And really stupid. I've only got some nonsense going. My favorite today was some probably two over leveraged Apple puts. I don't even want to short Apple unless it loses 225. Did it lose 225 today? No, of course not. I wasn't here for that. Did you drop a couple million at the right time or what? It was like going into a Friday close, and there was this guy who used to be in here called Moonwind. And what he would do was when GME hit the high for the day, he would like just sell his entire port into at the money calls. And it was like late on Friday, and he was like, Gherk, should I sell I don't remember what it was. It was like the 185 call or some shit like that. And I was like, that seems like a really bad idea because calls were stacked at like the 187.50 out through like the 190 or something. I don't remember the price. I'm just making that up. So he sold them, and he's like, I sold them anyway, and the price started to drop. So I went synth long at spot like 350 grand and pushed the gamma up to the next like major strike, and all his covered calls got blown up, and I made like a little bit of money. Did he hate you? I don't know. He had to roll them, I think, though. God, those were some fun times. Yeah. I was there. Candy Graham for Honda. 185 was in fact not safe. He would sell CCs for cents, like 1 hour to expiry. I know. Yeah, well, Jimmy broke up, but it was like $5 or something like that. It wasn't crazy. I also had to close all of the like leap calls I was buying, which had some slippage. Yeah, it wasn't like your cat mistake of 100 versus 10. That was the broker's fault, not mine. And that's just because that stupid broker automatically sets contracts to the amount that you bought on the previous order. You had the sound every time you bought calls, so it was entertainment. Don't tell Gherkin he degen positions. It was because he kept selling. It was because of what he kept doing, and he kept not getting punished for it. It was like 4 weeks in a row where he'd sold the at the money call and not gotten blown up, right? And he'd sold it like minutes to expiry. And that's just, that's not the way the market. And since the market maker didn't want to come in and fuck him, someone had to. He was fine. Also, at that time, I thought it was really stupid to sell covered calls on GME, which ironically was stupid and probably what I should have been doing far more aggressively. Ooh, 95 calls in the money. A little bit. Be cool if it was a little bit more. Never to be heard from again. I think he's a pigeon whale or became a pigeon whale like a few months ago. Might still be one. I think he's just here every day, hiding. Moonwind came back after that. That wasn't why he left. No, it wasn't. That was just good sport. I'm just listening right now, just fuming. I'll never forget the look on your face after the Power Hour video ended and the calls were exactly at the money. Who was the guy who lost it all on Upstart? McLovin. McLovin went long Upstart weeklies for like 3 months before Upstart finally ran. And then, like, the week he went, like, bust, the week after it went to $80. Today's the week. McLovin's still around, too. He came back. One sec. I sold way too early on the upstart run. Me too. I like that there's pickle jar lore. Oh god, you guys remember what was his name? It's always the stars that burn brightest, that burn the fastest. Um Cock Magic? Cock Magic showed up to the Discord with like $1 million from selling his fucking condos in Florida and just kept buying the most atrocious options positions on GME and SPY. And he was broke within like 4 weeks. And he had to go sell his other condo. No, not Koala Hugger. Koala Hugger was just some broke dick super stonker. That's not interesting. I don't know if Laren ever blew up. Oh, yeah. A long time ago. Laren just like scalped like degen weeklies. But I don't think he ever did it to the point where like he was gonna blow up all his money or anything. That wasn't really his deal. I'm not touching GME till Sanjit returns. You mean till DFE tweets that he bought back in again? I think it's gonna be funny if he just never does. I think that's what the GME chat has become. They're just like all hoping DFE buys back in again. Because everything else sucks. You're not wrong. Oh, okay. Natty? Oh, yeah. Fuck, I forgot about Natty. Natty's problem was always buying everything after it had already run. Nightney went down like the Bobby black hole. Deep into the butterfly. There were a lot of people that left around Bobby because I was like, you guys are all gonna get fucked and lose everything after it's squeezed. Is Lily gone? Huh. When will Sears rebound? Any day now, man. Just go input all the legs into option strat. AWOL. Huh. Half squirt. That's it. That's who it was. Yield half squirt. I felt bad about banning him, but I didn't want to listen to his depressing shit every day anymore. All he did was complain. He was like an energy vampire. It was really depressing. You doing any 15 minutes of expiries? Yeah, I have a bunch of dead calls. We need a new rev. Mm. Some of the pickle jar needs it so bad they're trying to turn like they keep trying to turn like last week's zero DTs into new squeeze plays. We are getting into a better environment for those again, but not just yet. Oh, like Lunar? Yeah. GoEV and Fubo are new Revlons. Yeah, GoEV is actually perfect. A perfect replacement for Revlon. It's just supposed to be a CSP stock, and everybody keeps ending up buying it. Pax is just like a hedge fund with a fat dividend. GoEV is going back to 572. First board meeting? Those are terrible. Did you vote on anything? OKLO is hot and spicy. New way to chase trades and lose money. Gross. DM has my favorite clip. Hold on. I wonder if I can do this. No. Um Oh, it does work. Natty's real-time analysis of Fubo. Fubo goes over $4. Oh no, my covered calls. Fubo goes under $4. Oh no, my shares are down. Yep. That's pretty accurate. Someone clip it, then stream the clip. I just did that. Now clip this. Oh shit. So clipception. Fubo $4. Those were the days. Yeah, they were fun. Wait, Bulls have 10 minutes? And we're at 5,800? We don't even need 200 bips. I'm not buying more calls. I don't want the ones I've got. How long does SMCI have to file their shit? Who the fuck knows? Hmm. The Bulls have positioning above us that they need to save. No, not really. Visa's facing an ongoing investigation too. Yeah. You ever just want to turn a strike net positive with 5 minutes left in the day? Frequently, yeah. You ever glip glorp the pip porp? I mean, not that it's any of your business, but occasionally, yeah. Who doesn't, right? Nice. Dork watch. I mean, somehow, yeah. Now that we're on the topic, when Carvana down, I don't think that's on topic at all, but not yet. You're not on topic at all. Fair. The best data software on the market differentiate and indicate between bought and sold contracts. Now, Ugo. Oh god, yeah, Ugo. We're on time tomorrow? Maybe. Unless oil gets spicy tonight, but otherwise, I think so. Banks got a bit wicky after the auction and TLT fail. That's provocative. I just want my JPM puts to print. Butterfly. We're still having an OPEX this week. What? OPEX was last week. End of month is next week. The butterfly loses value on a fail here? How? What's the deal with the late stream starts? Well, I was sick. I got a kidney infection, and then I got COVID, and now I've been trading oil. Any chance you can post the positioning at open and Pickles fix if you're late? I usually do. I usually do that. If I'm like trading oil and I can't start the stream. But positioning prior to open's not very informative. What's the Tesla expected move? You mean how overpriced are the options? 5.23%, 12 for 1 day, 12.08 for 5 days. I'm gonna take delivery of oil. I just closed the contracts. No, I'm not covering Tesla's earnings. I'm sure we'll see them. Like I'll click on it after market close. But otherwise I could care less. Couldn't care less. I couldn't care less. I think JFresh has realized we're on the brink of financial Armageddon. JFresh is making his way through the bonds chapter of security analysis. And so I think he's just now realizing how bearish all the shit that me and Dork have been saying has been. But it'll be fun, because now we can three-way bonds without JFresh just being like, stop saying steepener. What is it, Carl? Bonds are like the most important. We run on debt and margin. Debt and credit. You're saying Bricks has a chance? No. They'll just suck worse. Carl's wife is nicknamed Bonds, and she hits three-wayed. Isn't it wild? North Koreans are fighting in Russia. No? I mean, better than starving to death in North Korea. Ding ding. What an exciting close at 5,800. Woo! Alright. So, closing the day back at gamma neutral, but still a bit down from the market makers. Expected move. We got a breakdown from the consolidation that we were going through from like last Thursday. And we have closed below monthly gamma neutral and weekly gamma neutral, but above delta neutral, which we did lose briefly today, but regained with a small bounce and a relatively weak one off of the long-term technical level around 57.67. We did set a low there. We may revisit that level if this bounce fails, and at which point we could start moving down to a more bearish confirmation, which is out at 56.69. You can see that out here on the, let's go out to the weekly. It's a little bit better. So we got that 57 test, small bounce, but we could still lose that trend here on the weekly. Failure there, we'd then be looking out to 56.69 here. A failure of that would confirm a breakdown, and then we could move down as low as like 59.30 or even 5100, possibly lower than that, should it continue. But this is the beginning of a breakdown from the ascending wedge, and we're moving to test like the EMA 30, so that's probably the next level where I would look for a failure. The MA 50 is like right at 56.69 anyway, so that kind of works out. Failure of the 50, we'd be looking to the long-term trend to the downside for a test around 50, 55.20, 54.46. A loss of that, you'd be looking at the 200 MA or the lower long-term trend, which is around 5200. And then falling back into like July of last year's wedge, a loss of that could be like 4100, 3800. But that's that's just the technical shit, right? That's a long way from where we are. First, we want to focus on weekly delta neutral, and then delta neutral on the monthly, which is out in like the 5300 range. So very, very far from any of that actually happening. Commodities, down 50 points on the day, but relatively flat and closed above support. So that's kind of nice. Agricultural commodities were overperforming a bit today, but oil and base metals down, precious metals down. Industrials had some mixed results, but largely, I mean, I would say, yeah, some flows into commodity like agricultural commodities, but everything else pretty much selling off, bonds and equities alike. The only thing that appeared to have a lot of long interest was volatility. Dollar continued to rocket, 104.39 here at close, up against the euro, the pound, and the yen, and just a little bit the yuan, which is now currently over the projected level set by the PBOC, which I believe was 711 or 712. Sorry. Which means we may start to see the Chinese come in and buy into the bond market, and that could possibly stop this constant upward pressure, at least in the like 2, 5, and 10 year. However, with President Xi's announcement of alignment with Iran's sovereignty interests today, they may not be moving forward with buying U.S. Treasuries as they normally would. Usually they're buying U.S. Treasuries to offset the fact that nobody is converting their dollars back to yuan, right? And so the Chinese corporations are just holding the dollars because the value in the yuan is dropping, and they obviously don't want that. So they've instituted a bunch of programs to try to keep companies from doing that. And it was working for a couple of weeks, but then U.S. yields started to skyrocket again, pushing the dollar up, which pressures that system. Correlation really moved up pretty hard today throughout most of the day. It turned back around at the end, but still a much higher low here, and definitely nowhere near where we were as far as pushing dispersion even last week or earlier this week. Leverage in the carry is almost up to 8x. We're getting really close to moving back to that all-time high, around 9. So not too far from there. And then now leverage has started to pick up in the short end of those as well on the 3 and 6 month. Forward yield on volatility staying positive. Obviously, I think with today's move, we're going to continue to see bond volatility stay elevated. However, correlation is now on the 3 month is now starting to come in line with the rise in bond volatility. Skews continuing to drop, so we're starting to see some more tail risk hedging picking up, more out of the money bought puts, more bearish positioning. 54.67% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average, so still just above half, hanging in there. But the weakness seems to be pretty much across the board, right? It's in tech, it's in small caps, it's in mid caps, it's in industrials and manufacturing, and it's in oil and gas and energy and health sectors. So it's just kind of like everything is being sold off right now. Correlation between VIX, cash VIX is rising but down from yesterday, so still up from last week, but a little bit down from yesterday. And some of that short vol looks like it came in, kind of towards the end of the day today. Fed fund futures pricing in 81 points of cuts into June of next year. That continues to trim back, but we probably won't see any significant moves in it until Friday when we get durable goods. Tomorrow we have PMI and we have a tips auction, both of which are probably pretty important. But given the outsized effect of German data lately, I believe Germany has their PMIs in the morning, which are expected to remain flat. However, if we see German PMIs contract and EU PMIs continue to contract, that may spur yet even more interest in the dollar, especially because the euro and the pound have been so weak against it over the last couple of weeks. We also have jobless claims tomorrow, I think, and then let me look. Jobless claims, there's a Fed speaker after jobless claims are before market open. So is Chicago National Activity Index, which is expected to rise. PMIs and new home sales after market open. Kansas City Fed is reporting. And then we have a 4 and 8 week bill auction, and then a 5-year tip auction. I think the 5-year tip can be important, especially if we see it start to go up. We're going more and more indicators that the bond market and everyone else believes that the economy is rising, and it's rising rapidly, and that the current figures reported in seasonally adjusted numbers are inaccurate, which we said when they adjusted them back in May, and it's still true. So here we are. And those will get readjusted back. And when that happens, we'll probably get a more accurate reading on inflation. We do have Tokyo CPI tonight, which is not super important, but if it's excessively hot, it could be. Oil prices have been kind of modulating, and durables demand has been down. So I don't think Japan's getting really hammered with import costs right now. However, oil's had enough spikes over the last month that it may come in higher than expectations. If it does, Tokyo CPI is more of a leading indicator for their following CPI report, because it's just one region. But if inflation in Japan is starting to look hot again, that's going to start to pressure the Bank of Japan to normalize rates at a quicker pace, which for the time being, they're probably going to avoid until their general election is over, shortly after the next BOJ meeting. So if Japan is going to raise again this year, which is, still being priced in, I think 0.08%, then it's probably going to be in November, December. Or, well, December. And I think we also have a PBOC 1-year lending facility announcement tonight. That might be kind of important. Was there anything else? The 10-20 spread is starting to collapse a little bit today. Oh, Tesla. What's Tesla doing? Up 6% in after hours. So I assume they beat on EPS and revenues. A little bit above the expected move. That might trim back under 26 before morning. If it doesn't, probably bullish out to 50 tomorrow. I'll take a look at it tonight, and if the chain looks good to squeeze off calls following earnings, then could be an opportunity to pick up some calls on it into the end of the week, end of the month. $0.72 earnings versus 58 expected. Rev 25.18 versus 25.37. Oh, so revenues missed? Huh. Okay, this might I might not hold all of its gains overnight then. I guess we'll see what happens through the call, but Gamma Max is still quite a bit out of the money. There's like another $20 of upside. Anyway, that's it. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I will see you tomorrow morning. Later.